Welcome to the exciting world of web development, where creativity meets functionality and innovation drive the digital frontier. First of all, let's begin about saying, what is web development? Web development is the process of building and maintaining online applications. The major part of web development is the front end and the back end development. Let's introduce the front end development. This is the face of your website, the user interface that visitors interact with, while the front-end handles is what users see and interact with. The backend is the engine that powers it all. Backend developers work behind the scenes managing databases, handling server requests, and writing server-side code using languages like Python, Ruby, or Node.js. The key parts that front-end developers uses to implement the look and feel of a web application is HTML for structuring, CSS for styling, and JavaScript for interactivity. To craft visually stunning and intuitive web experiences, front-end and back-end development go hand in hand, seamlessly collaborating to create dynamic, responsive, and feature-rich websites and web applications. So, whether you are crafting stunning visuals or building robust functionality, remember, front end and back end development are the building blocks of the web. Until the next video, make some research about the web development. Thank you. Hello everyone! Today we are diving into the exciting world of web development, where we have three powerful technologies: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, as we have said in the previous lecture. Here we can see the portfolio that we will build in the next lectures. So now let's start with HTML, the backbone of every web page. HTML, or Hypertext Markup Language, provides the structure and content of a web page. It is like the blueprint of a building, defining what goes where. With HTML, you can create headings, paragraphs, lists, images, and more. It is the foundation upon which everything else is built. Next up, we have CSS, or cascading style sheets. Think of CSS as the interior designer of the web. It adds color, layout, and style to your HTML structure. Last but not least, we have JavaScript, the dynamic powerhouse of web development. JavaScript brings interactivity and functionality to your web pages. With JavaScript, you can create responsive menus, form validations, sliders, and much more. It is what turns a static web page into a dynamic, engaging experience. Together, these technologies form the foundation of every website you visit, from simple blogs to complex web applications. They empower developers to create beautiful, functional, and user-friendly experiences on the internet. But with great power comes greater responsibility. It is crucial for developers to understand and use these technologies responsibly, considering factors like accessibility, performance, and security. By mastering HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, developers have the tools to shape the future of the web, making it more inclusive, efficient, and secure for everyone by improving the web design. So, you should not underestimate the power behind HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's just not tools, they are building blocks of the digital world we live in. Until the next video, do some research about coding. Welcome again! Today we are going to kick things off by setting up our development environment using Visual Studio Code. Of course, you are free to use whatever editor you want, but I suggest to keep that editor in order to follow the next lectures with more confidence. The first step is to download Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code works seamlessly on Windows, macOS, and Linux. As we can see here, we have macOS, Windows, and Linux. So, no matter what operating system you are using, you are covered. You can get it for free from the official website. Just go to code.visualstudio.com and hit the download button. Once the download is complete, follow the installation instructions for your operating system. The installation process is straightforward. Just double-click the download file and follow the prompt. Now that you have Visual Studio Code installed, let's take a quick tour of the interface. Here we have the editor window where you will write your code. On the left-hand side you will find the sidebar with handy shortcuts to navigate through your files, search, and access extensions. At the bottom, you have the terminal which you can use to run commands and scripts. Visual Studio Code also offers a wide range of extensions to enhance your development experience, from linters and debuggers to themes and snippets. To install extensions, simply click on the extension view icon on the sidebar, search for the extension you want, and click Install. Thanks for watching, and I see you in the next lecture. Welcome! Today we are going to explore the invaluable world of developer tools. When you are building a website or a web application, having the right tools at your disposal can make all the difference. One of the most powerful tools in a web development is the Developer Tools panel, built upon your browser in the right side. The site that we are seeing is the portfolio that we will build in the next lectures. In order to monitor the DevTools, we have two ways to do that. The first way is to right-click and click the Inspect area. The second way is a shortcut of that. Simply push Ctrl-Shift-I. Here is the DevTools, as we can see right there. Let's take a closer look at what this panel offers and how you can use it to streamline your development process. The Developer Tools panel consists of several tabs, as we can see here, each serving a specific purpose. The Elements tab here allows you to inspect and manipulate the HTML and CSS of your web page. For example, here we can manipulate the HTML of our web page, and here we can change the CSS in real time. You can edit elements directly in the browser, seeing immediate changes without altering your source code. The Console tab is where you can view and debug JavaScript errors, log messages, and execute JavaScript code directly in the browser. It is an invaluable tool for troubleshooting and testing your scripts. Now, for example, we will write our first command in JavaScript to show the first command. Okay, we can type console.log hello world. This logs a message to the console. The source tab provides a complete view of your website resources, include HTML, of course, CSS, and JavaScript, and any other assets, for example, images or fonts. You can set breakpoints at that area, debug scripts, and even make live edits to your files. In addition, we have many more tabs, for example, the performance tab, in which we can track the performance of our website, the network tab, in which we can monitor the network connection. With these powerful tools at your disposal, you will be well equipped to tackle any web development challenge that comes your way. Until the next video, do some research about DevTools. Welcome everyone! Today we're diving into the building blocks of the web. HTML. Ever wondered how websites are made? Let's explore how the things work. First, what is HTML? Stands for Hypertext Markup Language. This is the foundation of every website. Think of it as the skeleton holding everything together. Okay, I understand that because we have mentioned that many times. So, what is inside? HTML uses elements, building blocks, and tags, labels, to define different parts of a web page. Are you ready to become a web architect? Stay tuned because we are about to explore these elements and tags. Let's begin. We said that HTML contains elements and tags. Here we see some of the most useful elements. For example, the element P holds the content, represent a paragraph which delivers information. The element A creates hyperlinks, stands for anchor, allowing users to jump to other pages or websites. Think of them as magical portals. Of course, we have the element img that displays pictures to level up your website. Remember, insert them on your website. In addition, we have the elements ordered list and unordered list that presents ordered or unordered lists. Inside of them, we can find some list item elements. Moreover, we have input elements that gives us the opportunity to insert in our web pages some input sections. For example, we can upload files and insert text. We have button elements that gives us the ability to insert buttons in our pages. The video element represents a video in our web page. Now, let's peek under the hood and see how a web page is structured. Here we can see a basic structure of an HTML file. We can spot the doctype HTML keyword that tells the browser that it is an HTML document. In addition, the HTML element is the main container holding everything. Here we can see that the HTML opens and here the HTML closes. The head element holds information like the title, the metadata that are important for the website. For example, here the head element contains the title element and some meta elements. The title element is the element that represents the whole title of our web page. For example, that meta element with the charged attribute UTF-8 gives us the opportunity to insert in our web page more different characters. The body element is where the visible content lives. The head of your web page contains the other elements like navigation bars, paragraphs, lists, articles, titles. Let's now determine the types of elements. Because we have different types of elements, as we can see here, we have elements with content, as we can see, and void elements. Some elements hold content while other elements are self-contained, like void elements. Those that hold content are the elements that is important to have content. The content is located between the opening and the closing tags. For example, that is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. Here we have the body element and the anchor element. On the other hand, we have void elements. They don't need closing tags. Some of them are HR for lines and BR for breaks. Imagine them as self-contained units. In addition, some elements have special abilities. We can call them attributes. These customize their behavior. The attributes is like spices. They adding flavor by customizing the elements. Of course, each element has its own attributes that gives the opportunity to the element to have unique functionality. For example, here we have the href attribute, the src attribute that stands for source. But we have attributes that are global and are formed in all elements like IDs, as we have right here, and in unordered list, and classes, as we have here with h4. Until the next video, do some research about the HTML elements and attributes. Thank you. Welcome again. Today is the day we will start the practical lessons by creating our first HTML page. Let's begin. We need to start the Visual Studio Code. After that, we will create a folder to structure our web page. To do that, we click the File section in the navigation bar and then the Open folder. I will create a new file called Portfolio, because this file will be the base for the project that we will build in the next lectures, and save it on desktop. By selecting the option Open, the folder opens in the editor. Now it is the time to create our first HTML file. I will give the name index.html for that file. As we said in the previous lectures, HTML files start with the doc type keyword in order to indicate to the browser the created file is an HTML document. After that, we need to add the HTML tag. You see that the Visual Studio Code helps me by adding the closing tag. We said that the HTML tag contains two required elements, the head element and the body element. In the head element, we use the meta tag and the attribute of charset with the value UTF-8 that gives us the opportunity to have in our HTML file different characters. The title tag is set the title for our web page. I will give the title first page to our page. In the body element, we declare the content of the web page. Now I will add a paragraph with the content of hello world. We usually welcome the audience with that message when we start our journey in a new technology. So we're ready. Our first HTML page is completed. The only thing that we have to do is to display our page in the browser. How will we do that? Do you remember that we can empower the functionality of the editor with extensions? We will use an extension called Live Server. This gives us the opportunity to deploy our HTML in a local server, which auto-refreshes with any changes that we make. So type Live Server in the extension section and get it. I have already installed it on my PC, so I will ignore that step. After the installation of the extension, down in the corner of the editor, we can see that a section called Go Live exists. If we click that, we will be directed in the browser. That's it. This is our first HTML page. In addition, there you can see the title that we have previously added to our page. That's it for today. Until the next video, do your research about HTML. See you soon. Hello everyone, here we go again. Today we will introduce some new important HTML elements that are useful in the web developing world and will be the base for the building process of our HTML structure. Specifically, today we're going to speak about paragraphs, headers, divs, and buttons. Okay, let's continue from our previous checkpoint, index.html. In the previous lesson, we started implementing our first HTML page. Now, we will begin getting a little deeper by building step by step the first page of our portfolio. So, the first thing I'm going to do is to rename the title of the page using my name. You can use also your name. The first thing we need to do now is to create a container. Within basic information is going to be placed. Think of it as something like a box that contains our basic personal info such as our name, our job title, our status, and whatever seems to be important mentioning. In order to do that, we will add an element called div. That element is used to separate the content written within it from the rest of the content written in the web page. In the specific div, I will use the attribute ID with the value of container. The ID attribute can be attached in any element and is a unique identifier of a specific element in the HTML page. Inside, the created container, we are going to start adding our basic information. First of all, we will add the container's header using our name. For that task, we are going to use the h2 element. The h1 to h6 HTML elements represent 6 levels of section headings. H1 is the highest section level and H6 is the lowest. Now that we have created the header, it is time to add some more info. Using the P element, we are going to add new paragraphs. I will add some information about my studies, my working position, and my interest in the scientific domain. You can write whatever info you consider to be important. Remember that each P command creates a new paragraph. Let's add the two P elements. For reasons that are going to be explained later, basically for better code quality and for better visual representation of the content, we are going to unite those paragraphs into a separate div. The aforementioned reasons are going to be better understood in the next lectures. I will add the class attribute with the value of info. Like ID, class attribute can also be attached to any element and is used for the classification of elements. Last but not least, I will add a button that will be later used in order to download our CV. This can be done using the element button. We are going to give it a simple name like download CV. Again, we are going to put it inside a div with the attribute, class, and the value of button icon. Those steps do not add functionality at the web page. They are semantics. They basically help the engineers to write better quality code and the search engines to optimize their functionality. Before we close the lecture, let's take a look at our progress. That's it. It looks simple and boring. Don't worry, we'll fix that in the next lectures with CSS. Until the next video, do your research about the semantics in web. Welcome team! Today we will speak about the two types of elements. In HTML we have two types of elements, the block elements and the inline elements. Each element is like a box that has margin around. Imagine that as a container. For visual reasons, let's see that on the browser. So let's open the DevTools that will help us understand that. Do you remember how we can open that? Exactly. Just press Ctrl-Shift-I. If we move the mouse up to an element, for example, a P element, we will catch that the browser marks a rectangle in the view area. Just like that. That is the box that I have mentioned. So, which is the difference between the block and inline elements? The block elements, as we can see, gets the full width available, up to right here. For example, the width of the content of that paragraph ends here. but the element width stretches out to the left, as we can see, and right as far as it can. On the other hand, the inline element gets the width of their content, so only takes up as much width as necessary. For example, the button element takes up width as its content finishes, right here, as we can see. That is the two types of elements. Until the next video, do some research about the block elements and the inline elements. Welcome again! Until now, we have seen some important topics about HTML, such as HTML tags and attributes, basic HTML structure, and much more. But it is more than welcome to have some questions about the whole process of rendering in the browser. For example, why that element has bigger fonts? Why the other element has bigger margins? This is controlled by the browser and the default rendering. Specifically, rendering steps include style, layout, paint, and in some cases, compositing. Don't worry, we'll have the chance to change the rendering settings with the CSS. Until the next video, do some research about HTML. Hello everyone! Welcome to today's lecture where we delve into one of the fundamental concepts of web development, the Document Object Model, or more commonly known as the DOM. In this section, we will explore the logic behind DOM, understand its significance, and watch how it works and interacts with HTML documents. So, let's dive in! The Document Object Model, or DOM, is a programming interface for web documents. It represents the structure of HTML and XML documents as a tree-like model, where each node represents an element or entity within the document. This model allows programs and scripts to dynamically access and manipulate the content, structure, and style of web pages. At the heart of DOM lies the DOM tree. Imagine a hierarchical structure where each HTML element, such as HTML tag, head tag, body, div, p tags, and so forth, forms a node in the tree. Elements can have parent, child, and siblings relationships, which define their position and hierarchy within the document. For example, in that section we can see that in the top of the tree we find the document node. This node has children nodes, the dog type, and the HTML element. The HTML has two childs, the head and the body element. The body has the p tag. The yellow sections are text nodes. Now, let's see something. When a web browser loads an HTML document, it parses the markup and constructs the DOM tree based on the elements found in the document. This process is known as parsing. Once the DOM tree is created, it serves as an in-memory representation of the document, allowing scripts and programs to interact with it dynamically. One of the most powerful features of the DOM is the ability to access and manipulate its elements using scripting languages like JavaScript. Developers can use methods such as getElementById, getElements by class name, getElements by tag name, or more modern methods like querySelector and querySelectorAll to select specific elements for DOM tree. For the DOM tree. Once we have selected the desired element, we can manipulate their properties, attributes, and content dynamically. For instance, we can change the text content of an element, modify its styles, and or remove classes, attributes, or even create entirely new elements and append them to the document. Understanding and leveraging the DOM provides several advantages for web developers. It allows for dynamic content updates without page reloads, facilitates interactive user interfaces, enables cross-browser compatibility, enhances accessibility, and supports the development of rich web applications. In conclusion, the Document Object Model, or DOM, is a cornerstone concept in web development, empowering developers to create dynamic, interactive, and responsive web applications. By understanding the structure and functionality of the DOM, developers gain the ability to manipulate web documents with ease, opening up a world of possibilities for creating engaging user experiences on the web. Thank you for joining me in today's lecture on the document object model in HTML. I hope you now have a clearer understanding of what the DOM is, how it works, and its significance in web development. Feel free to explore further, experiment with DOM manipulation, and unleash the full potential of this powerful technology in your web project. Thank you. Until the next time, do some coding with DOM. Thank you very much. Welcome everyone! Today we're going to delve into an essential aspect of elements, the box model in CSS and its key components, namely width, padding, border, and margin. Yes, this is a concept that has to do with CSS, but I think is a crucial concept because it affects the elements. Imagine each HTML element as a box. This box comprises several layers, each contributing to its overall appearance and behavior on the web page. Let's start by discussing the width of the box. Let's take, for example, an element, that P element. Okay, now. The width determines how much horizontal space an element occupies on the web page. It can be set using absolute values like pixels or relative values like percentages. Next, we have padding. Padding refers to the space between the content of the element and its border, right here. It provides breathing room within the box, enhancing readability and aesthetics. Padding can be adjusted independently for each side of the box, top, right, bottom, left, using properties like padding top, padding right, padding bottom, and padding left. Moving on, we encounter the border. The border is the outermost layer of the box, dilating its boundaries. It can be styled in various ways, such as solid, dashed, or dotted, and its thickness can be adjusted using the border width property. Finally, we have the margin, as we can see right here in my screen. Margins are the spaces around the outside of the border, separating one element from another. They provide visual breathing room between elements and help maintain a structured layout. Like padding, margins can be adjusted independently for each side of the box, using properties like margin top, margin right, margin bottom, or margin left. To summarize, the box model in CSS encompasses the width, padding, border, and margin of an element. each contributing to its overall appearance and layout on the web page. Thank you very much for your attention. Till the next video, do some research about the box model and the elements. Welcome to today's lecture on Introduction to CSS and Selectors. In this session, we will delve into the fundamentals of CSS and explore the significance of selectors in web development. Let's start with the basics. CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheets, is a style sheet language used for defining the presentation of HTML documents. Essentially, CSS controls how your web page looks and feels. CSS has different types of integrate it in your web page. We have the embedded way with the style attribute, or CSS rules inside of a style element, or a separate file that can be linked with HTML. We will explore those types in future lectures, but the most efficient way is the third. Now you might wonder, why do we need to separate the CSS from the HTML? Well, before this, styling was embedded directly within HTML, which made it difficult to maintain consistency across a website. CSS files allows us to separate content from presentation, and the result is cleaner code and easier maintenance. How the syntax of CSS looks? A CSS rule comprises two main components, the selector and the declaration block. The selector identifies the HTML elements that are going to be styled, while the declaration block contains the actual styles or properties applied to those elements. The semicolon is not required, but is a good practice. Selectors are patterns used to target specific elements on a web page. There are various types of selectors, including type selectors, class selectors, ID selectors, attribute selectors, pseudo-classes, and pseudo-elements. Now let's take a look at a simple CSS code snippet. Here the selector is the word body. This specifies that the CSS roles that are inside of the block, as we can see right here, will change the fill of the body element by applying styles. This is the properties of that role, as we can see, and after that we can see the values of that role. CSS plays a crucial role in web development by allowing designers and developers to create visual, appealing, and user-friendly websites. It enables responsive design, ensuring that websites adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes and devices. In conclusion, CSS is a powerful tool for controlling the visual presentation of web content. Understanding selectors is essential for targeting specific elements and applying styles effectively. As you continue your journey in web development, mastering CSS will be key to creating professional and engaging websites. Until the next lecture, do some research about CSS. Thank you. Today, we're going to delve into the world of cascading style sheets, specifically focusing on the different types of integrating CSS styles into HTML documents. CSS plays a crucial role in the web development allowing us to control the presentation and layout of our web pages. Specifically, the three types are the inline CSS, the embedded CSS, and the linked file. Let's explore those types further to understand them better. First, what is inline CSS? Inline CSS is a type of styling our web page by adding the attribute style in an element and change the style of that element from there. So I want to change the color of the button. How can I do that? That's right. I will add the style attribute to the button element and I will insert the color property, which changes the text color. You can type whatever color you want. Here we can see that the text color has been changed. In addition, what is embedded CSS? Embedded CSS involves writing CSS code directly within an HTML document using the style tag in the head section. This method offers several advantages such as simplicity, portability, and ease of maintenance. So let's try that. I will insert a style element in the head area, which will be the section that will host the CSS rules. For example, I want to change the background color of the button. In order to implement that, I simply add an element sector here with the name of button. That means that all the buttons that are located in the HTML will inherit those styles. So I will type the property background color with the value of a color. Here we can see that the background color has been changed. Last but not least, what is the linked file? CSS can change the styles of an app from a separate file. This type has two steps that are required in order to be successful. First, needs a file that contains the CSS role. After that, the file is important to be linked with HTML. So let's see how it works. First, I will create a file with the name of index.css. That extension is the default extension of the CSS files. For example, I want to change the font of a page. I will add the element selector of body and I will insert the property font family with a name of, for example, Arial. The only thing that we have to do now is to link the page with the CSS file. So I will add in the head tag a link element with the attributes of type, not for type, of rel and href. The type attribute with the value of style sheet says to the link tag that the file in is a style sheet. The href has the path of the file. That method is a good practice because it separates the CSS from HTML and makes the maintenance more efficient. Here we can see that the font has been changed. That was the lecture for the different types of integrating CSS rules into HTML. Until the next video, enjoy CSS. Welcome again! Today we're going to dive into the fascinating world of CSS selectors. CSS selectors are essential tools for styling and formatting web pages. They allow us to precisely target HTML elements and apply styling rules to them. Let's start by understanding what CSS selectors are and how they work. CSS selectors are patterns used to select and style HTML elements on a web page. They provide a way to specify which elements the CSS rules should apply to. Selectors can target elements based on their tag names, classes, IDs, attributes, and even their relationship with other elements. There are several types of CSS selectors, each serving a specific purpose. For example, element selector. These are the most basic selectors and target HTML elements by their tag names. For example, P selects all P elements on the page. Another example is, let's type button. This CSS rule selects all buttons elements and sets their background color to blue. Let's see our changes in the live server. Let's go to the live server. In addition, class selectors. Classes are reusable identifiers that can be applied to multiple elements. We can target elements with a specific class using a period followed by the class name like dot and the class name. Here, for example, let's type the class name info. So dot and the word info, margin top, this rule selects all elements with the class info and sets their margin on top 50 pixels. Let's see our changes. Moreover, we have ID selectors. IDs are unique identifiers assigned to individual elements. We use the hash symbol followed by the ID name to select an element with a specific ID, like hash and ID name. So let's type, for example, hash and, for example, the ID example. And with that is the CSS rule. This rule selects the element with the ID example and sets its width to 40 pixels. Keep in mind that the IDs are unique in the whole HTML. In addition, we have attribute selectors. These selectors target elements based on their attributes. For example, we have brackets, and inside of the brackets we have the attribute name. That selects all elements with a specific attribute. And in addition, we have the brackets, and inside of that brackets we have the attribute name that equals a value that selects an element with a specific attribute and a value. For example, let's type input, of course the brackets, the attribute type that equals text. This rule selects all input elements with the type attribute set to text and adds a black border to them. In addition, descendant selectors. These selectors target elements that are descendants of other elements. They are white space to indicate the relationship between the parent and descendant element. So the format goes like this. For example, let's say we have an order list. Okay, now this rule selects all list items elements that are descendants of UL elements and sets their list style type to square. In addition, child selectors. Child selectors target elements that are direct children of another element. They use the bigger operand to specify the parent-child relationship. For example, let's type that. Okay. This rule selects all list items elements that are descendants of unordered list elements and sets their list style type to square. No, exactly. This rule selects all list items that are direct children of the unordered list. Moreover, we have adjacent sibling selectors. These selectors target elements that are immediately preceded by a specified element. They use the plus symbol to indicate the adjacent sibling relationship. For example, we have an h2 and a p. So let's type h2 plus p and margin on top. Here the P element immediately following an H2 will have a top margin of 20 pixels. So now CSS selectors are powerful tools for styling web pages. By understanding and using them effectively, we can create visually appealing and well-organized websites. That was the lecture. Until the next video, enjoy selectors. Welcome again. We're going to add some styles in our index page to elevate the visual appeal of our web page. Our previous changes in the style should be enhanced. So I will remove the inline way and the embedding way, and I will keep adding things in the linked file. Firstly, we have set the font family to Arial for the entire body, ensuring readability across different devices and browsers. Now I will put the text aligned to the center for a neat and organized presentation. This can be done by adding the text align property to center. In addition, I will insert a soothing color scheme type of blue to have the same color in all texts in the entirely web page. This syntax is called hex and is used to select a specific color from a color palette. Okay, now I will simply add a 60 pixels margin on top for visual reasons. Let's take a look at our progress by going to live server. Now let's focus on the button. I will add a background color that is a type of blue that adds a vibrant touch. In addition, I will remove the border of the button by adding none. Next, I will change the color of the button to white. Okay, I want to give a shape, so I will add border radius of 5 pixels that gives a modern, rounded appearance. Additionally, a subtle box shadow effect creates depth and dimension, making the button look like 3D object. That is the box shadow. Moreover, I will set the width of the button to cover 60% of its container. Finally, I will add 10 pixels margin on the top of the element and 10 pixels padding. Let's take a look at our progress in the live server. Next, let's discuss the button icon and info sections. If you remember that elements have the attribute class. In order to represent that and apply styles, we should select the class selector. This can be done by adding a dot and the name of the class. We have strategically adjusted the margins to achieve the desired spacing between elements, creating a balanced layout. This attention to detail contributes to a harmonious and visually appealing design. So in the button icon class, we add margin on top 50 pixels. In info, we add again margin on top 35 pixels. Lastly, of course, last but not least, the heading element H2 receives special treatment with customized margins and paddings, ensuring consistent spacing and alignment throughout the web page. We'll add margin on top 0 pixels. This will remove the default margin on the top that the browser has given to that element. I will add padding on top 10 pixels to give more space. Let's take a look at our progress. That was the lecture. I hope that you have learned more things about CSS. Until the next video, keep coding. Welcome everyone! Today we are diving into the fascinating world of CSS data types. Until now, we have seen the syntax of CSS, the selectors, and the key value structure, but we have not specified what kind of values the properties can take. Maybe you have some questions about the data types. Understanding the different data types in CSS is crucial for creating visual appealing and dynamic web designs. To spoil some info, the data types are various. For example, we have keywords, strings, integers, and real numbers, social locators, colors, and many more. Let's start by reviewing some common CSS keywords. Here we see examples of keywords used for properties like margin, list style type, and border left style like auto, disk, dust. For example, the auto means that the browser selects a suitable margin to use. In addition, we can find data types such as strings. Strings are used for properties like font family, where we specify the name of the font enclosed in double or single quotes. One other data type is the integers and real numbers. Integer and real numbers are used for properties like order, z-index, and opacity to define numerical values. For example, a z-index attribute with a positive value means that an element is up to another element that has lower. Moreover, we have resource locators. For example, in the background property, resource locators are used to specify paths to external resources like images, fonts, or other media files. Of course, we have values for colors. Colors can be specified using various formats such as RGB, RGBA, hexadecimal notation, color keywords, or HSL. Of course, we have more types. It is important to do your research on web to understand what type you should select each time. In addition, it is important to mention that each element has its own properties, and each property has specific data types that can be acceptable. Understanding the different data types in CSS is fundamental for creating dynamic and visually appealing web designs. By mastering these concepts, you will have the tools needed to craft stunning websites that engage users and enhance the overall browsing experience. That was the lecture. Until the next time, do some research about data types. Thank you. Welcome everyone! Today we delve into the concept of responsive design, a crucial aspect of modern web development. As technology evolves and user expectations rise, it is important for us to adapt and ensure our designs remain accessible and engaging across various devices and screen sizes. Let's start with the basics. What exactly is responsive design? In essence, it is an approach to web design that emphasizes creating sites that adapt and respond seamlessly to the user's environment, regardless of the device they are using. Whatever it is, a desktop, tablet, or smartphone, responsive design ensures a consistent and optimal viewing experience. Now, why does responsive design matter? Firstly, it is about accessibility. With the coming of mobile devices, a significant portion of web traffic now comes from smartphones and tablets. By embracing responsive design, we ensure that everyone, regardless of the device they are using, can access our content easily. Secondly, responsive design enhances user experiences. Nobody likes stretching and zooming to read tiny text or struggling to navigate a website on their phone. Responsive design streamlines the user experience, making it intuitive and enjoyable across all devices. Thirdly, responsive design is crucial for SEO, search engine optimization. Search engines like Google prioritize mobile-friendly websites in their rankings. By implementing responsive design principles, we improve our chances of ranking higher in search results, driving more traffic to our site. So, what are the key principles of responsive design? Let's break them down. Of course, we have fluid grids. Instead of fixed width layouts, we use fluid grids that adapt to the user's screen size. This ensures that our content remains proportional and readable across different devices. For example, here, if I minimize my window, the website is flexible to change, as we can see right here. As we can see right here, it is responsive, of course. Now we have flexible images. Images should also scale with the layout. We use techniques like CSS media queries to adjust image sizes based on screen dimensions, preventing distortion or overflow. Media queries allow us to apply different styles based on the device's characteristics, such as screen width, resolution, or orientation. This enables us to tailor the layout and design for optimal viewing on each device. In addition, we have breakpoints. Breakpoints are specific points at which the layout changes to accommodate different screen sizes. By strategically sharing breakpoints, we can optimize the design for various devices, ensuring a smooth transition between different layouts. For example, in that side we can see that a breakpoint is in 1000 pixels right there. Here we can see the pixels. Of course. Now let's discuss some best practices for responsive design. We have mobile first approach. Start by designing for mobile devices and then progressively enhance the layout for larger screens. This ensures that the design is optimized for the smallest screens first, prioritizing the mobile user experience. Content prioritization. Prioritize important content for mobile devices, ensuring that users can access essential information without unnecessary scrolling or navigation. For example, that burger menu right here, as we can see. Perfect. Okay. Performance optimization. Optimize performance by minimize file sizes, leveraging caching mechanisms and prioritizing critical rendering paths. This improves load times, especially on slower mobile networks. Again, we have user testing. Test the responsive design across various devices and screen sizes to identify any usability issues or layout inconsistency. User feedback is invaluable for refining the design and ensuring a seamless experience for all users. In conclusion, responsive design is not just a trend, it is a fundamental aspect of modern web development. By embracing responsive design principles, we can create websites that are accessible, engaging, and optimized for today's diverse range of devices. Let's continue to evolve and adapt our design practices to meet the ever-changing needs of our users. Thank you. Welcome everyone! Today we're going to dive into the powerful layout system in CSS, Flexbox and Grid. These two tools have revolutionized the way we design and structure our web layouts, offering a level of flexibility and control that was previously difficult to achieve with traditional CSS. Let's start with Flexbox. Flexbox, short for flexible box, is designed for laying out elements in a simple dimension, either as a row or column. It allows us to create complex layouts with ease, especially when dealing with dynamic or unknown sizes of elements. With Flexbox, we have a container and its children, referred to as flex items. The container's properties control the layout of this item within it. Let's go to the key components of Flexbox. So we have the flex container. This is the parent element that contains the flex items. Of course, we apply the display property with the value of flex to this container to achieve Flexbox. Moreover, we have the flex items. These are the children of the flex container. They can expand or maintain their size according to the available space and the specified flex properties. We have main axis and cross axis. Flexbox operates along two axes, the main axis and the cross axis. The main axis is defined by the flex direction property and determines the direction in which flex items are laid out. Of course, flex properties. We have flex properties like flex grow, flex shrink, flex basis to control how flex items behave within the flex container. Now let's move on to grid. CSS grid layout is a two-dimensional layout system that allows us to create grid-based layouts with rows and columns. It gives us precise control over both the placement and sizing of elements within the grid. Let's go to the key components of the grid. So we have the grid container. It is similar to Flexbox. We have a grid container, which is the parent element containing the grid items. We apply the display property with the value of grid to activate the CSS grid. In addition, we have grid items. These are the children of the grid container, which are placed within the defined grid rows and columns. We have grid lines and tracks. Grid lines are the horizontal and vertical lines that define the grid cells. Grid tracks are the spaces between these lines, which can be sized using various length units like pixels, percentages, or fractions of available space. In addition, we have grid properties, of course, similarly to the flex. We have properties like grid template columns, grid template rows, and grid gap to define the structure and spacing of the grid. The grid layout has more utility when we want to create two-dimensional layout. In our portfolio, we will use the Flexbox layout. In conclusion, Flexbox and Grid are powerful layout tools that offer different approaches to creating modern web modern web layouts. Flexbox is best suited for arranging elements along a single axis, while Grid excels in creating complex two-dimensional layouts. By mastering these layout systems, you can take your web design skills to the next level and create stunning responsive layouts with ease. That was the lecture for today, and until the next lecture, make your research about the Flexbox and grid layouts. Thank you very much for your attention. Welcome! Today, we are going to explore the concept behind the functionality of modern web development, JavaScript. In this intro, we'll move through the landscape of JavaScript, exploring its historical roots, evolution, and its indispensable role in shaping front-end web development. To begin, let me grasp the essence of JavaScript. JavaScript, or JS, is a high-level, dynamic, and interpreted programming language. Unlike its counterparts such as HTML and CSS, JavaScript adds interactivity and dynamism to web pages. It enables developers to create engaging user interfaces, handle asynchronous tasks, and interact with backend servers seamlessly. Now, let's delve into the intriguing history and evolution of JavaScript. Born in the early 90s, JavaScript was initially conceived as a simple scripting language for enhancing web pages. However, its potential was soon realized, leading to its standardization by ECMA International. Since then, JavaScript has undergone a remarkable evolution, with successive versions introducing powerful features and enhancements, catapulting it into the realm of modern web development. It plays a pivotal role in both front-end and back-end development. On the front end, JavaScript empowers developers to create dynamic and interactive user experiences with frameworks like React, Angular, Vue, and Vue.js. Developers can build complex single-page applications, SPAs, with ease, offering users seamless navigation and responsiveness. On the back-end, JavaScript, in the form of Node.js, revolutionizes server-side development. Leveraging its event-driven architecture and non-blocking I/O operations, Node.js enables developers to build highly scalable and efficient server-side applications. Its lightweight nature and vast ecosystem of libraries make it a preferred choice for developing real-time web applications, APIs, and microservices. In that page, we can see an example of a code written in JavaScript. Here we can see some variables, some functions, event handlers, calls of functions inside of the listeners. Okay, now all of these are some of the concepts that we will see. In conclusion, JavaScript stands as the cornerstone of modern web development, embodying versatility, innovation, and resilience. Its journey from a humble scripted language to an ambiguous powerhouse underscores its indispensability in shaping the digital landscape. As we continue to embrace innovation and push the boundaries of web development, let us remember the profound impact of JavaScript, a language that empowers us to turn imagination into reality on the web. That was a lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Thank you. Welcome again. Today, we are going to show the two ways of integrating scripts of JavaScript into our web page. It is important to know the syntax of JavaScript, but first let's determine how HTML understands JavaScript. Specifically, we'll explore how we connect the JavaScript with the HTML. Let's start. So we have two ways that we can apply in order to implement the connection of our functionality in our web page. First way is the embedded way that adds a script tag inside of an HTML. Simply, we can insert that script tag in the HTML, and inside of that tag, we can add the logic. So let's try that. I will insert that script tag, and inside of that tag, I will add, for example, the command console.log with the message of hello world. That prints a message in the console of DevTools. So let's see our output by going in our browser. And yeah, as you can see right here, we can see in the console area the hello world. Okay, let's close the browser. And let's remove that way. So the second way is the external code. Similarly, with CSS, we have to create a separate file that will contain our script. That way is better than the first because it gives us the opportunity to organize our code. As a result of that is the efficiency of maintenance. So I will create a file with the name of index.js right here. Let's type index.js. Okay. The JS extension is used to create JavaScript files. After the creation of the file, I will add inside, again, of course, the same command as before, the console.log. Okay, now we have something more to add in our code. We need to connect the HTML with the external file. So let's add again a script tag right here. And insert, this is important, the src attribute with the value of the path of that script tag. So Okay, so let's see again the result of the second way. Okay, let's go to the console, and again we can see simply the hello world text right here. Perfect. To sum up, that was the two ways of integrating JavaScript in our web page. We'll use the second way. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone to today's lecture on JavaScript, where we'll be diving into the concept of strict mode. JavaScript strict mode is a feature that enhances JavaScript by enforcing stricter parsing and error handling in your code. It helps in writing more secure and optimized code by catching common coding mistakes and preventing certain actions. Strict mode is a way to enhance JavaScript. When strict mode is enabled, the JavaScript engine performs additional checks and enforces stricter rules on the code. This helps developers to write more robust and reliable code. You have understood that it is very important for your coding journey. Okay, let's answer how we can enable the strict mode in our JavaScript. Okay, to enable strict mode, we can add the following line: use strict at the beginning of your JavaScript file. Okay, let's type that command. Okay, and you're ready to start your program. So let's move on to some key features of strict mode. And the most important thing of strict mode that helps developers to improve their code is the elimination of silent errors. In non-strict mode, some errors are ignored by the JavaScript engine, leading to unexpected behavior. Strict mode eliminates these silent errors by throwing exceptions. In conclusion, JavaScript strict mode is a powerful tool that enhances code quality and security by enforcing stricter rules and error handling. It is easy to enable and provide numerous benefits, making it an essential feature for modern JavaScript development. By adapting strict mode, developers can write cleaner, more reliable code that is less prone to errors and vulnerabilities. That was the lecture. Until the next video, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone! Today we are going to delve into an essential aspect of JavaScript: expressions and statements. These elements form the backbone of JavaScript code, enabling us to create dynamic and interactive web applications. So, let's dive right in. Let's start by declaring expressions. What are expressions? Expressions in JavaScript are fundamental building blocks that produce a value. They can be simple or complex, but they all ultimately result in a value. Here are some examples of those statements. For instance, we have literals, constants such as numbers or strings. In addition, we have variables, references to values stored in memory. Moreover, we have operands called arithmetic expressions that are symbols that perform operations on operands. Expressions can also include functions, calls, property access, and more. Let's move on to statements. Statements, on the other hand, are complete units of code that perform actions. They often include expressions but can also include keywords, control structures, and other components. Here are some common types of statements. First of all, we have declaration statements that define variables or functions. In addition, we have assignment statements. Assign values to variables. In addition, we have conditional statements that execute different code based on conditions, as we can see right there. That is a if statement, as we can see. Another fundamental statement is the loop statement. Repeat code execution based on conditions. We will explore the if statement and the loop statement in the future lectures. Don't worry for that. Expressions can stand alone, producing values, or they can be part of statements, contributing to actions. For instance, in an assignment statement, the right-hand side often consists of expressions that produce the value to be assigned. Similarly, conditions in conditional statements are expressions that evaluate to a Boolean value. In conclusion, expressions and statements are the fundamental components of JavaScript code. Understanding how they work together is crucial for writing effective and efficient programs. By mastering expressions and statements, you will be well equipped to create dynamic and interactive web applications. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone! Today we're going to delve into the fascinating world of JavaScript variables. Variables are like containers that hold different types of information or values. JavaScript is known for being a loosely typed language. What does this mean? Well, it means that variables in JavaScript are not constrained to a specific data type. In other words, you don't have to declare the type of data a variable will hold when you create it. This flexibility allows variables to hold values of different types during the execution of a program. In JavaScript, types of variables, each serving a specific purpose. So instead of declaring a variable as a string, for instance, you have to set it the keyword of var, const, or let. Let's make it clear in which situation we should use them. Okay, I will begin with var. Var was the traditional way of declaring variables in JavaScript. It is globally or functionally scoped, meaning it is accessible anywhere within the function it is declared in, or globally if declared outside of any function. However, var has some drawbacks, such as hoisting, which can lead to unexpected behavior if not used carefully. Let's see a var variable. For example, I will type var with the name of var1 and the value of hello world. I will console log the result to have a look in our work. Okay, let's do that. Now we are ready to see the result of our code on the browser. Okay, if I press Ctrl+Shift+I, I can see, of course, the hello world message on the console. Okay, let's go back to our editor. And let's continue with let. Introduced in ES6, let allows block scoping, meaning it is limited to the block it is declared in. This helps in preventing variable hosting issues and makes code more predictable. Let's see a let variable. For example, I will type the word count equals to 10. Of course, I will log that again on the console for visual reasons. This is not important in order to declare a variable, but we can do that. Okay, and let's go again on the browser to see what we have made. Okay, we can see the 10 value right here. For visual reasons, I will try to change on the runtime the count variable to see the functionality of JavaScript. For example, here I will try to set the count, the value of hello world. And let's see that on the browser. Oh, I have forgot to do that. Okay, perfect. Now we can see the 10 value and the hello world value on the console right here. The third type is const. Also introduced in ES6, const is used for variables that should not be reassigned. It is also block scope like let. Remember, using const does not make the variable immutable. It just means the variable identifier cannot be reassigned. For example, I will type the variable p and again I will log that on the console. And yes, we can see that the p is on the console. But let's try something right here. I will try to change again the p variable on the runtime to see the results. Okay, I will try to assign in the p the value of, for example, hello world again. And yeah, uncut type error, assignment to constant variable. We cannot assign in the execution of our code a variable in a constant a type in a constant variable. In summary, JavaScript offers three main types of variables: var, let, and const, each with its own scope and behavior. In order to be more clear, we will use let variables for variables that can be changed and const variables for those that cannot be changed. As you continue to explore JavaScript, understanding how to use these variables effectively will be crucial in writing clean, maintainable code. Thank you for joining me today as we explore the world of JavaScript variables. Until the next lecture, make your own research about the JavaScript variables. Welcome everyone! Today we are going to delve into the fascinating world of JavaScript variables. Variables are like containers that hold different types of information or values. JavaScript is known for being a loosely typed language. What does this mean? Well, it means that variables in JavaScript are not constrained to a specific data type. In other words, you don't have to declare the type of data a variable will hold when you create it. This flexibility allows variables to hold values of different types during the execution of a program. In JavaScript, types of variables, each serving a specific purpose. So instead of declaring a variable as a string, for instance, you have to set it the keyword of var, const, or let. Let's make it clear in which situation we should use them. Okay, I will begin with var. Var was the traditional way of declaring variables in JavaScript. It is globally or functionally scoped, meaning it is accessible anywhere within the function it is declared in, or globally if declared outside of any function. However, var has some drawbacks, such as hoisting, which can lead to unexpected behavior if not used carefully. Let's see a var variable. For example, I will type var with the name of var1 and the value of hello world. I will console log the result to have a look in our work. Okay, let's do that. Now we are ready to see the result of our code on the browser. Okay, if I press Ctrl+Shift+I, I can see, of course, the hello world message on the console. Okay, let's go back to our editor. And let's continue with let. Introduced in ES6, let allows block scoping, meaning it is limited to the block it is declared in. This helps in preventing variable hosting issues and makes code more predictable. Let's see a let variable. For example, I will type the word count equals to 10. Of course, I will log that again on the console for visual reasons. This is not important in order to declare a variable, but we can do that. Okay, and let's go again on the browser to see what we have made. Okay, we can see the 10 value right here. For visual reasons, I will try to change on the runtime the count variable to see the functionality of JavaScript. For example, here I will try to set the count, the value of hello world. And let's see that on the browser. Oh, I have forgot how to do that. Okay, perfect. Now we can see the 10 value and the hello world value on the console right here. The third type is const. Also introduced in ES6, const is used for variables that should not be reassigned. It is also block scope like let. Remember, using const does not make the variable immutable. It just means the variable identifier cannot be reassigned. For example, I will type the variable p and again I will log that on the console. And yes, we can see that the p is on the console. But let's try something right here. I will try to change again the p variable on the runtime to see the results. Okay, I will try to assign in the p the value of, for example, hello world again. And yeah, uncut type error, assignment to constant variable. We cannot assign in the execution of our code a variable in a constant a type in a constant variable. In summary, JavaScript offers three main types of variables: var, let, and const, each with its own scope and behavior. In order to be more clear, we will use let variables for variables that can be changed and const variables for those that cannot be changed. As you continue to explore JavaScript, understanding how to use these variables effectively will be crucial in writing clean, maintainable code. Thank you for joining me today as we explore the world of JavaScript variables. Until the next lecture, make your own research about the JavaScript variables. Welcome everyone to today's lecture on arrays in JavaScript. Today we will dive into what arrays are and how they work in JavaScript. So what exactly is an array? Simply put, An array is a data structure that allows you to store multiple values in a single variable. JavaScript arrays are resizable and can contain a mix of different data types, for example, strings and numbers. Let's see how we can declare an array in JavaScript. Here's an example. This is an array literal. It's a way of directly specifying a new array and its elements within square brackets, as we can see right there. In this array, there are 4 elements: apple, banana, orange, and mango. Each element is separated by a comma. JavaScript arrays are 0 indexes. The first element of an array is at index 0. That element right here. The second is at index 1. That. And so when you put it all together, for example, that line declares a variable named fruit and initializes it with an array containing 4 strings: apple, banana, orange, and mango, of course. Now, you can access individual elements of an array using their index. Remember, in JavaScript, array indexes start from 0. Here's how you can access elements. For example, here we can access the first element of this array and the second element of this array, and the output is apple and banana, as we can see on the console. JavaScript provides various methods to work with arrays. Let's look at some common methods. Of course, we have the push method that adds elements to the end of an array. The structure is array.push and the value. That adds grapes to the end of that array. Of course, we have the pop method that removes the last element from an array. And we have the length attribute that returns the number of elements in an array. On the pop, here we can see that we remove the last element, grapes. Here we can see the functionality of push, and after that the functionality of pop. In conclusion, arrays are an essential part of JavaScript programming, allowing you to store and manipulate collections of data efficiently. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone. Today we are going into the world of operators in JavaScript. Operators are fundamental elements of any programming language, and understanding how they work in JavaScript is crucial for writing efficient and effective code. So let's explore the various types of operators. Here, that will give us the opportunity to monitor our work. So we have arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations on variables and values. So let's do an example to explore those operators. Let's say we have two variables, var1 and var2 with the value of 10. We can apply those operators to them. So we have for example, firstly addition operator, and the result of that will be 10. Let's type var1, and I will add var2. Yes, as we can see here, it is correct. In addition, we have the subtraction operator. The result of that is 10 minus 10 equals to 0. So I will apply that operand here. And yeah, here we can see the 0. In addition, we have the multiplication operator. If I multiply those variables, the result will be 100, as we can see. Perfect. We have the division operator, so the result will be 1. Yes. One another operator is the modulus operator that gives us the value of 0 here, as we can see. In addition, we have the comparison operators. Comparison operators are used to compare values. They return a Boolean value, either true or false, based on the comparison. So the comparison between var1 and var2 with the operand equals to gives us true. Let's see that on the browser. And yes, because of course we know 10 equals to 10. Moreover, we have the operand not equal to. If I type var1 not equal to var2, we know that is false, because var1 is not is equal to var2, as we have explored in the previous example. Yes, there it is. After that, we have the strict equal. The strict equality operator checks whether two operands are equal and the type of values of each variable is the same. So if we have, for example, you know, 10 with the strict equal, then we can see that it is true. But if I type and here that operation is true because the type of both 10 is number, but 10 equals 10 here is false, because that 10 is type of number, as we can see, and the other 10 is type of string, so it is false. Moving on into other operators, we find the greater operators. So the operation 10 greater than 10 is false. Let's see that on the browser. Of course, it is false, because we know that 10 equals to 10. The same it is happening with the 10 less than 10. Of course, again, because 10 equals 10. Let's see that. Yes. But the operations 10 greater than or equals to 10 is true, and 10 less than or equal to 10 is true. Let's see that on the browser. I expect 2 trues right now. And we have true and true. Let's go to logical operators. Logical operators are used to combine conditional statements. They are typically used in control structures such as if statements and loops. JavaScript includes the following logical operators. For example, first, of course, it is the AND. The AND operator returns true if both operands are true, otherwise it returns false. It can be visualized as a gate that only allows passage if both inputs are true. So, for example, if I have, let's say, true and true, the result will be true, of course. If I have true and false, the result will be false. Yes, of course. In addition, we have the OR operator. The OR operator returns true if at least one of the operands is true, otherwise it returns false. It can be visualized as a gate that allows passage if at least one input is true. So, for example, if I type true or true is true, yes, right here, and if I have true or false, is true. Let's see that on the browser. right here. Moreover, we have the not operator. The not operator is an unary operator that reverses the logical state of each operand. If a condition is true, then the not operand will make it false, and vice versa. So, not true is false, and not false is true. Let's see that again on the browser. Let's type console.log that will be false, and that will be true. Let's see that on the browser. Yes. Moving on, we have assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to variables. In JavaScript, the basic assignment operator is the equals sign. So we'll change the value of var1 to 11. I will do that right here. For example, var1 equals to 11, and yes, of course we have more operators, but those are the most important to start your journey. Understanding operators is essential for mastering JavaScript programming. They allow us to manipulate data and control the flow of our programs effectively. By familiarizing ourselves with different types of operators and their uses, we can write more efficient and expressive code. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, make your own research about operators in JavaScript. Welcome! Today we are delving into the world of JavaScript conditional statements. Now, what are conditional statements, you might ask? Well, think of them as the decision makers of your code. They allow your program to make choices based on certain conditions. I have split my screen in order to see our work. Let's start with the fundamental building block, the if statement. So we check if a condition is true, and if it is, we execute a block of code. For instance, if x is greater than 5, we can log a message saying so. We can see that on the screen. But what if the condition isn't met? That's where the else clause comes into play. It catches all the cases where the condition is false. So if y is not greater than 5, we log a different message. For example, let me type the console.log command, and inside of that method, a specific message for that. Yes, here the else block is executed. Now life isn't always black and white, right? Sometimes we need to handle multiple conditions. Enter the else if statement. This allows us to check another condition if the previous one fails. For example, if z is greater than 5, but less than or equal to 10, we have a specific message for that. Let me type those specific messages for each situation in the if statement. And last but not least, the final message for the other situation. And here on the screen we can see the result. But what if we want to get even more granular? That's where nested if statements shine. We can nest one if statement inside another to create more complex logic. For instance, we can check if a is greater than 10, and if it is, then check if it is also less than 30. And after that, I will, for example, log a specific message on the console to see the if statement flow. And yes, here we can see our example in the developers console here. Now let's talk about combining conditions. We can use logical operators like AND to do this. If b is greater than 10 and less than 30, we execute a block of code. This allows us to express more intricate conditions in a single statement. Of course, we can add more complex operators here in the condition of that if statement, if we need and if we want. Lastly, we have the ternary operator, which is like a compact version of an if-else statement. It is handy for simple conditions. For example, we can determine if c is greater than 10 in a single line of code and assign the result to a variable. That is very efficient and very good for if-else statement if we can do that in a single line. So after that I will log the variable result on the console. So let me do that. And yes, here we can see all the results in the console. So, in conclusion, conditional statements are essential tools in JavaScript for making decisions in your code. Whether it is simple choices or complex conditions, mastering these statements will give you great experience and important tools on JavaScript. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone. Today we're going to delve into one of the fundamental concepts of JavaScript. The functions. Functions are essential building blocks in JavaScript. enabling us to organize our code into reusable blocks of logic. Let's dive in and explore the world of JavaScript functions together. Let's start with the definition of functions. So, what exactly is a function in JavaScript? Boom! Bam! Ρε Σταυρό, αυτό το πράγμα θα κάνουμε τώρα. Και βαράς και δυνατά την πόρτα όταν ανοίγεις. Γαμώ το φελέκι μου ρε μαλάκα.
Χίλια συγγνώμη.
Εντάξει, γαμώ το φελέκι. Κλείς την πόρτα τώρα, μην κάθεσαι 10 ώρες εδώ. Welcome everyone, today we are going to delve into one of the fundamental concepts. Welcome everyone, today we are going to delve into the fundamental concepts. Welcome everyone, we are going to delve into the fundamental concepts of Welcome everyone, today we are going to delve into one of the fundamental concepts of JavaScript, the functions. Functions are essential building blocks in JavaScript, enabling us to organize our code into reusable blocks of logic. Let's dive in and explore the world of JavaScript functions together. Let's begin, of course, first with the definition of functions. So, what exactly is a function in JavaScript? In simple terms, a function is a block of code that can be called by name. It can take in inputs, perform actions based on those inputs, and return a result. Think of it as a recipe. You provide ingredients, inputs, follow a series of steps, code inside the function, and then you get a dish, output. One syntax of defining a function in JavaScript is straightforward. You use the function keyword followed by the name of the function, parentheses for parameters, if any, and curly braces to enclose the code block. Here is an example. Let's type, for example, the function keyword, as we have said, the name of the function, let's say hello, the attribute of name, and the curly braces. Now we will return the name simply of the function. Perfect. In this example, we have defined a function named hello that takes in a parameter name and returns a message. Let's go into the function invocation. Once we have defined a function, we can invoke or call it to execute the code inside. We do this by using the function name followed by parentheses. If the function accepts parameters, we provide those values within the parentheses. Let's invoke our hello function from earlier. So let's do that. Let's give as a parameter my name. And I will log the message in the console. and we can see hello Panayotis. JavaScript functions can be classified into several types, including named functions, functions that are defined with a name like the hello function we discussed earlier. After that, we can define a type of function called anonymous function. Functions that are defined without a name. These are often used as arguments to other functions or assigned to variables. So let's make an example right here. So I will name that variable hello message. Of course, the keyword of function, the parameter inside of those parentheses, and the curly braces. And the body is the same. Now I will continue with the function invocation. So message2, I will name that hello message. And we can see on the console hello Panayotis. Excellent. Another type of function is one type called arrow function. Introduced in ES6, arrow functions provide a more concise syntax for writing functions, especially for short one-liner functions. Let's make an example right here for that type of functions. So let's start by define my variable. Let's name that fun. And the body is again the same. Let's continue with the function invocation. And as previous, message 3 and we are ready to see on the console the hello Panayotis. Nice. In conclusion, JavaScript functions are a crucial aspect of the language, allowing us to write modular, reusable code. By understanding how to define, invoke, and work with functions, you will have a solid foundation for building complex applications in JavaScript. Keep practicing and experimenting with those technologies and exploring the vast possibilities that functions offer. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone. Today we are going to talk about one of the most important aspects in JavaScript, the scope of variables. By understanding this, you will be able to determine correct variables, preventing bugs from your code and make that more efficient. The scope of variables determines where in the code the variables can be accessed. Understanding scope is crucial for writing efficient and bug-free code. There are three main types of scope in JavaScript. So we have global variables, block-scoped variables, and function-based variables. Let's begin by exploring them. First, what does it mean when we are saying global variables? Global variables can be accessed from anywhere in a JavaScript program. So variables that are declared outside of a function and a block, that means with curly braces, has global scope. So if I type, for example, global 1 equals to 1 and global 2 equals to 2 and global 3 equals to 3, I can say that those variables are global. What does it mean that? Let's say I want to log those variables in the console. I simply can do that. And let's see the result on the browser. Nice. Now I want to use those variables in another place on my code, for example, in a function. So let's make a function that is an arrow function, and we have seen that in the previous lectures. Again, here I can copy and paste that console.log, and of course the function can see those variables. And yes, now let's continue with the block scope. Block scope has variables that has been declared inside of a block and cannot be accessed from outside the block. Only the let and const are affected by that. Let's see that with an example. I will create an if statement. Let's say if true. That means that the if statement always is executed because it has the value of true. I will also create two variables inside of that block. Let's say block 1 equals to 1 and block 2 equals to 2. Now I will try to log the result inside of the block and outside of that block. Let's see the result on my screen. And yes, the console.log outside of the block has errors because we cannot use those variables outside of the block. As we can see right there, we have uncut reference error. Let's continue with the function scope. JavaScript has function scope. That means that each function creates a new scope. Variables defined inside a function are not accessible, visible from outside the function. In that case, variables declared with var, let, and const are quite similar when declared inside the function. So let's explore that. Let me construct a new function, for example, with the name of fun2. Inside of that function, I will declare some variables. For example, fun1 equals to 1 and var2 equals to 2 and var3 equals to 3. Now I will try to log both of those variables on the console inside of that function and outside of that function. Here we can see that we have an error when we're trying to get those variables outside of its scope. Yes, as we can see on the browser. I hope now you are able to understand with more confidence the scope of variables, because you will find that very useful in your programming journey. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome everyone. Today we'll see the fascinating world of event listeners in JavaScript. Events are a fundamental part of web development, allowing us to create interactive and dynamic web pages. Let's begin by declaring what are events. Events are actions or occurrences that happen in the browser. They can be triggered by various user interactions such as clicks, mouse movements, keyboard inputs, or even by the browser itself, like page load or resize. Understanding events is crucial for creating responsive and interactive web applications. You can see at that point that many concepts that we have explored are used. So, now I think we should make clear the meaning of event listeners. Event listeners are JavaScript functions that wait for specific events to occur on a target element and then execute a piece of code in response. When we are saying a target element, can you imagine what kind of element we refer to? Yes, those components are elements of our HTML or our global window. Event listeners provide a way to handle user interactions and make web pages more dynamic. So, how can we create an event listener? The basic syntax simply is the above, as we can see right there. Target.addEventListener and event function. Let's explain all of those parts of that command. The target represents the HTML element to which the listener is added. The event is the type of the event that we want to listen. For example, a click event. The function is the function that will be executed when the event is triggered. So let's try an example. First, I will get the button that we have in our HTML. I will create a variable called button. Also, that will be the target element. Also, furthermore, I will add an ID to the button element in our HTML in order to manipulate that more easily with the name of getCV. I will add there the ID. This line of code retrieves a reference to a specific HTML element using
the document.querySelector method. The querySelector method allows us to select an element from the HTML document using CSS selector. In this case, hashtag getCV is the CSS selector targeting the button with the ID attribute set to getCV. This element is then stored in the variable button for future use. That is the target that we will add the event listener. After that, I will add to that button the event listener with a click event. Let's do that right there. For example, a click event right there, and of course our function. This code attaches an event listener to the button element referred by the button variable. The add event listener method is called on the button element. It takes two arguments, the type of event to listen for, click in this case, and the callback function to be executed when the event occurs. When the button is clicked, the anonymous function defined inside that event listener is invoked. In this case, it triggers an alert dialog displaying the message button clicked to the user. If I pass a parameter to that function, usually with the name of E, stands for event, I will have many useful information for the click event. Let's see that by logging that on the console. And let's see our work on the browser. If I click now the button, yes, I can see button clicked. Correct. And on the console, I can see those information. I hope now you are having a better understanding of the event listeners and how then can create dynamic web pages. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Hello everyone! Today we are going to dive into one of the fundamental concepts of JavaScript programming, objects. So what exactly are objects? In JavaScript, an object is a collection of related data and functionality. It is like a container that holds various pieces of information known as properties and actions known as methods. Let's break it down further. Properties. Think of properties as characteristics or attributes of an object. These properties can be anything, from simple values like strings or numbers to more complex objects themselves. Let's move on to the methods. Let's continue. Methods are the functions associated with an object. They represent actions that an object can perform. Just like properties, methods can be simply or complex, depending on what they need to do. So maybe you have some questions about what we are using all the time, the console. This is an object that provides access to the debugging console. The console object is a global object. So console has many attributes and methods, that's why we are able to use them. For example, we are using the log method of the console object. Let's continue in another example right now. Here in my editor, as you can see. Imagine we have an object called car, for example. It could have properties like color, make, and model, and methods like start, stop, and drive that we can see right there. In this code, we define an object called car with properties like color, make, and model, and methods like start, stop, and drive. We access properties using dot notation. For example, if we want to access the color property, we have to do car dot color, and the output will be blue, as we can see right there. And if we want to call methods, we can do that in the same way. For example, if we want to call the start method, we can do that by typing car.start, and the output will be the car has started, as we can see right there. And that's the basics of objects in JavaScript. Objects are incredibly versatile and powerful, allowing us to organize and manipulate data in our programs efficiently. Now let's explain each part. How can we create an object? Here we create an object named car using curly braces, as we can see right there. Inside the braces, we define properties and methods separated by commas. There we can see the properties, the commas of course, and the functions. We call them methods, and the commas. Properties are defined with a key value pair syntax, where color, make, and model in that example are keys, for example, color, make, and model. And blue Toyota and Camry are their respective values. Methods are defined similarly, with the key being the method name. Here we have start, stop, drive, and the value being a function that performs an action when called, as we can see there. Now, how are we able to access properties? We access properties of the car object using dot notation. For example, car.color returns the value blue. If we type car.make, that will give to us the Toyota. And again, car.model will give us the word Camry. How can we call methods right now? We can call methods of the car object using dot notation again, of course, followed by parentheses. For example, car dot drive with parentheses, and the output is the car is now being driven. And for the stop method, car.stop with parentheses, and the output is the car has stopped, as we can see. When a method is called, the associated function is executed. In this case, it logs a message to the console, indicating that the car has started, driven, or stopped. So in summary, the code creates an object representing a car with properties like color, make, and model, and methods like start, stop, and drive. Then it demonstrates how to access properties and call methods of this object. I hope now you know something about objects. That was a lecture. Until the next lecture, do your own research about objects.
Welcome everyone! Today we're going to delve into our project. I'm very happy for that because now we will apply what we have learned in the previous lectures. So let's begin the creation of our project. As I have mentioned previously, the project that we have to implement is our portfolio using HTML, CSS, JS. So a good practice before starting the coding process is to design our portfolio by making some mockups. This will help us in the creation process. So the tool that we will use here is Figma. Now I think that the son of that slide. Welcome everyone! Today we are going to delve into our project. I'm very happy for that because now we will apply what we have learned in the previous lectures. So let's begin the creation of our project. As I have mentioned previously, the project that we have to implement is our portfolio using HTML, CSS, JS. So, a good practice before starting the coding process is to design our portfolio by making some mockups. This will help us in the creation process. So, the tool that we will use here is Figma. Now, I think that the creation of that slide is not the main concept of that course, so I will put that section in fast forward. Keep in mind that the mockups is not the final release of our site. It is something that we can base on. I hope to have a nice watch. Welcome everyone! Today we'll continue to implement our web portfolio by enhancing the homepage. This will give us the opportunity to have a better structure of our homepage. Our first page is the most important page of our site, especially in our portfolio. So let's begin by starting that. First, I will insert a crucial meta tag for our page. So let me type that. Let's begin with the meta tag with an attribute name and value viewport. Another attribute content with the value of width, device width. Comma, initial scan 1.0. Alright. This meta tag is used to control the layout and scaling of the web page on different devices, particularly on mobile devices. The width device width part sets the width of the viewport to the part
to the width of the device's screen. The initial scale 1.0 part sets the initial zoom level when the page is first loaded. This ensures that the web page is displayed properly and is responsive across various screen sizes and devices. Now, let's continue with the additions on the body. I will add a navigation bar that will give the chance to the users to have a smoother experience in our portfolio. The element that defines navbar is the nav element, so I will insert it in the HTML. As we have seen in the structure lecture, we will create the home page, the bio page, the contact page. So I have to create 3 sub-elements inside of the nav element. That element will be type of anchor element because we want to go to other pages when we click on them. So let me create the anchor element for the home page with the ID of home, the anchor element for the bio page with ID of bio, and the anchor element with ID of contact. I also will insert in all of those tags the class navItem. Let me do that right there. In addition, I will insert a header h3 with my name, of course, and again with the class navItem. Let me do that right there. In order to separate the heading and the anchors, I will add them in separate divs. So let me do that right here. One div with the ID of name child. This ID includes the header, and another ID, not ID, div that has the anchor elements. Okay. Now let's continue. As the design shows, our homepage has 2 sections. One shows our image, and the second gives us some basic info. First, I will add a class in that div with the name of container. Okay, now let's construct those 2 divs based on the previous structure. I will create 2 divs with the class column. The CSS will be presented in another lecture. In the first div, I will insert an img element with the source that shows my image. Let me do that right there to add the img tag. So now I think it is a time to create a folder that will store our files. So let's create a folder called public, and inside of that folder I will create a different folder, images, and there I will store my image. You can insert an image that presents you. Now I can fill the path with the value of public images photo.png in my case. In addition, I will add the second column, the second div that I have said previously, that contains the other stuff. Basically, my information. For example, my name, my title, and stuff like that. Okay. Now let's insert some extra info about some social media. In that case, I will add LinkedIn and GitHub profile because I think they are important if you want to find a job as a software engineer. First, I will add a div with the ID of icon. This line creates a div element with the ID attribute set to icon. The ID attribute is used to uniquely identify this element within the HTML document. This div serves as a container for the icons. After that, I will create the linked link, an anchor element. Let me do that right here. I will insert the href attribute and the target attribute. This line creates an anchor element which represents a hyperlink. The href attribute specifies the URL that the hyperlink points to. In this case, it points to my LinkedIn profile. The target with the value of blank attribute ensures that when the link is clicked, it opens in a new tab or window. Now I will add the GitHub link, of course, another anchor element, again with the href attribute and the target attribute. Similar to the previous anchor element, this line creates another hyperlink, this time pointing to a GitHub profile.
But now we need to insert the links for the LinkedIn and the GitHub profile. So let's do that firstly in the GitHub, in the LinkedIn profile. So let's do that right there. Let me copy and paste my LinkedIn profile, and after that, in the second anchor element,
let me type my GitHub link. And yes, that was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy JavaScript. Welcome again. Now we have almost created our homepage, but the looks of our website feels a little bit boring. So it is the time to start enhancing our site with CSS styling. In this session, we will insert our first CSS rules to understand how it contributes to the visual presentation of our site. So let's start from the body of our page. When I insert CSS, we will be able to watch the changes on the browser, as we can see. The body rule defines the overall styling for the entire web page. We will set the font family to Arial, ensuring a clean and widely supported font choice. I also align to center the text for a better appearance. After that, the color scheme will be defined as, for example, we have there hashtag 2C3E50, which is a dark blue-gray, ensuring readability while maintaining a professional aesthetic. Additionally, we insert a margin of 60 pixels from the top to provide adequate spacing from the browser's edge. Perfect. Going on to the bottom rules. This rule governs the appearance of buttons on our website. Buttons are crucial elements for user interaction, so we have carefully styled them for both aesthetics and usability. They feature a background color of hashtag one for 8 for C9, and that color is a vibrant shade of blue, grabbing the user's attention. Borders are removed for a sick look, and the text color is set to white for high contrast. Rounded corners achieved through border radius soften the button's appearance on the browser. This is better. Now we have a subtle box shadow that adds depth, enhancing the button's visual appeal. Its button spans we will span 60% of its container of its containers width, and has 10 pixel padding for comfortable typing or clicking. Additionally, there's a margin of 10 pixels from the top to separate buttons from other elements. Okay, now let's talk about the link rule. Links are styled to ensure they blend seamlessly with the overall design while remaining distinguishable. To implement that, I'm setting the color to black, and I'm removing the default underline to maintain consistency and readability across the website. This is a good solution. Now we can and let's continue with the container rule, a class selector. If you remember, the container rule defines the styling for the main content container. This container serves as the central area where our content exists. I will center it horizontally on the page by setting margins to auto, of course, both on the left and right sides. I will round the corners, and I will also insert a box shadow. That box shadow provide a polished and modern appearance. Let me do that right here. And now I will insert the color of the shadow. Now I will add the property with the property, sorry for that, width with the value of 60%. This striking a balance between content width and white space. Now it is a time to add a class in the HTML in the element that has the class container. We can insert multiple classes in an element with that way. Now let's insert the CSS rules on that class in the CSS file. Let's do that right here. Our layout. Now it is the time to add a class in the HTML in the element that has the class container. We can insert multiple classes in an element with that way. The class is the layout flex class. Now let's insert the CSS rules of that class in the index.css file. Let's do that right here. Our layout adopts a flexible approach using Flexbox. Enabling effortless alignment and distribution of elements. Items within the layout are evenly spaced using the property of justify content with the value of space around, maintaining visual balance and harmony. Now let's style the navigation bar of our page. Our navigation bar is a crucial navigational element, guiding users to different sections of the website. So I will style that as a flex container, allowing easy alignment and distribution of navigation items.
The items are eventually spaced using justified content and with the space around value, ensuring visual balance. The navigation bar spans 60% of the viewport width for optimal visibility and accessibility. It is important to keep our users entertained, so I will put hover effect rule. When users hover over navigation items, we provide a visual effect by changing the text color to hashtag 14 wait a minute 84C9, a shade of blue consistent with our design palette. This subtle change enhances user interactivity and feedback, improving the overall user experience. Now we need to change our image width, so let's do that right there. In 100%. Moving on, in the let's move on. It is significant to separate the two containers. Let's continue. It is significant to separate the two containers in our page, the AMG and the info. That can be done by applying some column rules. Columns with our layout are styled to maintain consistency and alignment. So I will give in each column occupies 50% of the available space, ensuring a balanced layout. A margin of 40 pixels provides spacing between columns and other elements, preventing visual clutter. Now, let's give some space in some elements of our page. First, in button icon. This rule adds margin space to the top of buttons, ensuring adequate separation from surrounding content. The margin of 50 pixels provides ample breathing room, enhancing the visual hierarchy and usability of buttons. Now let's add the same into info. Information paragraphs within our layout receive margin space of 35 pixels from the top, improving readability and visual separation from other content. Now we can see that our page looks better. Okay. It is true that we have to implement more styling to target what we want. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy project. Welcome again. We have almost completed our first page. It is important to insert some more code to enhance our structure. So we're going to make the button clickable, and then we're going to change the look and feel of our page by inserting some images for the social media. Let's start our progress by making the download button clickable. With that, we can give the opportunity to readers to get our CV. So how can we do that? First, we need to store our CV in the public folder of our page in order to give access to it. So let me copy my CV in that folder. Okay, perfect. Yes, now we have to make the button downloadable. How can we make that? The solution that I will give there is to create an anchor element with two attributes. The first attribute is the href attribute, of course, with the path that equals to my resume, public, and the name of my file. The second attribute is the download attribute that gives us the ability to get the file. Of course, the content of the A element is the button. Let me do that right there. I will save it there. And let's see what we have done on the browser. If we click the button, we get the CV. Now let's continue our improvement of our web page. Here I want to insert images instead of text in the section of the social media. That provides a better look of our site. But how could I do that? We have two ways to implement that. First, we can store in our images folder some images for our social media, as we have done previously. But I want a cleaner way to structure my page. So which is the other way that can help me to create what I want? I will use a library for that purpose. A library is a collection of pre-written code that others have written for us, and we can use that to optimize tasks. Imagine them as pre-written code that we can utilize in our code. Usually, libraries can be used for well-known problems that others have previously solved. For example, in that case, the social media images is something that most of the pages has to figure it out. So I have the ability to use a library that has solved that issue and maximize the performance of my page. So I will use a library called Font Awesome for that work. So let me do that. Now I will copy and paste the command that does that in my code. I know I should explain what happens here. So the link element is an HTML tag used to link external resources to the HTML document. In this case, it is linking a style sheet because we have the rel attribute with the value of style sheet. This attribute specifies the relationship between the LinkedIn document and the current document. In this case, it indicates that the LinkedIn document is a style sheet. The href attribute specifies the URL of the external resource to be linked. In this case, it is linking to a CSS file hosted on the Content Delivery Network, SDN, provided by Cloudflare. The URL points to a specific version, 5.50.3 of the Font Awesome library. So where this line of code, of HTML code of course, is included in a web page, it tells the browser to fetch the font awesome style sheet from a specified URL, allowing the page to use the font awesome icons and styles defined in that style sheet. Now you will be wondering, how did I know to write that line of code? It is important to read the documentation of each library on the web. If you do that, you will be able to understand the syntax and the commands of the libraries. Okay, we have taken the code of the library and we have to use that in order to apply those images. So I will start from the LinkedIn and I will insert an I element instead of the text LinkedIn with the classes of fab and fa LinkedIn. Okay, so let's see our work on the browser, and yes, we can see the image. After that, I will add an I element for the GitHub with the classes of fab and fa GitHub. Let me do that here. The I element represents text that is set off from the normal text, such as a technical term, foreign language phrase, or the name of a book or movie. However, it is important to note that the I element should not be used solely for styling purposes, such as italicizing text, because HTML provides more semantic elements for that purpose. Again, I knew to write that command because I had the reference of the documentation. This is very important when you want to write your web applications. The page looks better from the previous version, but we have some work to do if we want to have the results that we want. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy the project. Welcome again! Now that we have made a small introduction to libraries, I think we can build up on that knowledge and enhance our page. So, as our design shows, we have to add some particles. How can we add that format without so much work? Correct, we can use a library that will do that for us. So, let's start implementing that. In order to do that, I will use a library called tsparticle.js. Of course, first, I read the documentation of that library to understand what code should I use to insert that particles in my log. But first, we have to get the code of this library from the web. Let me type here the code that does that. Okay, I will explain what happens here. So the library has to do about JS because those particles have a functionality. They are moving. The line I provided is an HTML script tag that includes an external JavaScript file into our web page. Here's a breakdown of its components. The script HTML tag used to define client-side JavaScript code within an HTML document. The differ attribute is an optional attribute that can be added to a script tag. It indicates that the script should be executed after the HTML document has been parsed, but before the document's DOM content loaded event fires. This can be useful for scripts that need to be loaded asynchronously but executed in order. Sorry for that. Moreover, the src attribute is the attribute that specifies the URL of the JavaScript file that should be included. In this case, the URL points to a JavaScript file hosted on the SDN.js Content Delivery Network, SDN. The Content Delivery Network, SDN, is a geographically distributed group of servers that caches content close to end users. This particular script is named tsparticles.bundle.min.js and is version 3.1.0 of the tsparticles library. In summary, this line of code is including the tsparticles JavaScript library into a web page using a script tag with a differ attribute, ensuring it's loaded asynchronously and executed after the document has been parsed. Now that we have inserted the library on our code, we have to use that. I will add a container in the HTML that represents the particle. Let me do that here. So I will add a separate div with an ID of TS particles. Now we have to add the code that implements the particles and gives to them the functionality. Here we can see on the browser the syntax that we need. In that attribute, the option attribute, as we can see, we can insert our options, for example, the interactivity, the color, and much more. I have made a research for you, and I will copy some options on my code. I have created a particle.js file for that, and I will copy and paste that code in our index.js file. Let me do that here. I will not explain the features here because it's not the goal of that course. Now we need to see our work on the browser. Let me save that. And yes, we can see that the particles are visible, but we can't see the stuff that we have done in the previous lectures. Why? The answer is that the other parts of our page are rendered on the browser, but the particles are above to them. We can see that our elements are in the browser with the help from the dev tools. Let me do that right there. For example, I will find the img element that holds our image. For example, there. It is. So, we have to put the whole container in front of the particles. How can we do that? Can you imagine?
Yes, with the zIndex attribute in CSS. The zIndex property in CSS controls the staking order of positioned elements. It determines the order in which elements are stacked on top of each other along the z-axis. Here's how it works. Elements with a higher z-index value are stacked on top of elements with a lower z-index value. If two elements have the same z-index, the one that comes later in the HTML document order will be stacked on top. Of course, we have the z-index property only works on elements that have a position value other than static. For example, position relative. I will do that now, and I will change the index.css file, and especially the container selector. So let me add those rules. Let's start with the z-index with a value of 1, and of course the position to relative. Let's see our work on the browser. And yes. Oh, furthermore, I will change the background color of the container to white because I don't want to see the particles behind the container. So let me do that again in the container section. I will input the background color property to white. And let's see our work. Yes. Perfect. Our page looks better based on what we want. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy the project. Welcome everyone. We can see that our home site needs an enhancement to the design and aesthetics. So we have to apply some CSS rules to that. Let's begin on our work. Firstly, we have ignored the navigation bar. So again, it is below the particles section. In order to show the navigation bar, we have to insert again the z-index property and the position to relative in the nav selector. Let me do that here. So firstly, I have added the z-index, and after that the position to relative. Now we can see the nav element as previously. I also apply some other properties like width to 60% and the flexbox here, and I will center the elements by applying the justify content property, the margin left, and the margin right. Yes. Now the element with the ID of nav has not the style that I want, so I have to make some changes on that. I have forgot to apply the flexbox in the hashtag nav selector. With that, we created a responsive navigation bar that adjusts its layout according to screen size. I also insert a hover pseudo class that gives
a subtitle color change effect when hovering over navigation items, enhancing user interactivity. A pseudo class in CSS is a keyword added to selectors that specify a special state of the selected elements. Pseudo classes allow you to style elements based on user interaction, such as hovering over an element, clicking on it, and much more. Okay, the page looks good in full screen, but what if users resize the site? Let me do that here. Okay, it looks that something goes wrong. Here we can make an introduction for the responsive design. Responsive design is crucial in today's multi-device landscape. By using flexible units like percentages and employing techniques such as media queries, we ensure that our website looks great and functions well across a wide range of devices, from large desktops, monitors to mobile phones. So now I will try to apply some query selectors that will solve that problem. The syntax of the query selectors contains the at followed by the word media. After that, two parentheses, and inside of that parenthesis, a condition. After the parentheses, we have curly brackets, and inside of them, the CSS rules. So let's see that. First, we need to determine the problem. If I change the size of the screen, we can see that the container changed its width. So we need to apply some rules that manipulate smoothly that element. In media queries, it is important to set breakpoints. Breakpoints in CSS refer to a specific screen width at which the layout of a web page or web application changes to accommodate different screen sizes or devices. Let's begin. I will type here the syntax that I want. So let me do that. I will add the condition max width and 1100 pixels. Here I have to add the CSS. So I will change some styles in the column element and in the img element. I will also set some more breakpoints after that. So let me do that right here. First, I will change the width of the column to 100% and the margin left and the margin right to 0. After that, the img element, margin top to 10 pixels and width to 80%. Now I will copy paste that media query in order to create other media queries that will give me a more responsive look. So I will change that to 1000 pixels. And in the container tag, I will set the width to 80%. After that, I will create another breakpoint, the max width to 90 pixels and the width of the container up to 90%. The most important part is when the screen is too small. If you remember, we have set two columns, one for our image and one for our info, as we can see in our screen. When the screen is too small, the style that we have right now is not good, so we need to move the information column down to image column. In order to implement that, we need to change the layout of the container. So we have to set the display property to block, of course, in the container selector. Moreover, I will give some space to the icon section. In order to do that, we need to insert padding, especially padding bottom in the icon selector. Okay, perfect. Now we need to make bigger the social media icon. So based on the font awesome library, I will insert in the index.html file the FALG classes in the two anchor tags. And yes, moreover, attention to detail such as hover effects and consistent spacing enhances the overall user experience. These subtle touches can make a significant difference in how users perceive and interact with your website. In conclusion, CSS plays a pivotal role in web design, allowing developers to create visually appealing and user-friendly experiences. By mastering CSS techniques like those demonstrated here, you will be well equipped to craft stunning websites that captivate audiences and stand out in the digital landscape. That was the lecture. Until the next lecture, enjoy the project! Welcome everyone! Now that we have completed our first page, we need to continue our work and start building the other pages. As our design shows, we have to implement the bio page and the content page. So let's begin. First, we need to determine the navigation process. We can see in our designs that the whole container that the home page has is similar to the rest pages, as we can see right there. Here we can see the bio and the contact page. So the only thing that we have to implement now is simply when we are clicking the elements of the navbar to change the content of the container. We can do that by applying an easy way using JavaScript. We have said that JavaScript gives interactivity and can make the content load dynamically. So when I click the bio page, JavaScript should load data from the bio page. And when I click the contact page, JavaScript should load the contact page. To do that, we need to pick some elements that can manipulate that navbar and the container, because when I click the other pages from the navigation, I want the container to change. So we need to write JavaScript right there. Firstly, we declare a variable container which holds a reference to
the HTML element with the ID container. This element serves as the main area where content will be dynamically updated. The ID container is exactly there. We also declare a variable nav and initialize it with the string home. This variable is used to keep track of the current navigation state. It can be either home or bio or contact. Next, we attach event listeners to elements with IDs, bio, home, and contact. So let me type that here. For example, document dot get element by ID. Again, we need to take those elements with the previous IDs. For example, here bio. I will add an event listener here. A click event. And a function, a callback function with the event. Okay, simply let me copy and paste that and change the IDs to home and to contact. Nice. These event listeners respond to click events on those elements. Upon a click event, I will insert to the nav variable e dot target dot text content the nav variable is updated with the text content of the clicked element. The text content property gives us the content of the element. So let me copy and paste that here and here. So then I will add a template function here. So let me add that function. Now I will create that function. It is an arrow function, for example.
the template function is where the magic happens. It clears the content of the container element and inserts a new HTML snippet. So I will firstly clear the content of the container with the command container.inner HTML equals to that. The code that is responsible for the HTML is the insert adjacent HTML function that gives us the opportunity to insert new HTML. So let me type that here, container.insert adjacent HTML, the keyword after begin up there, and the HTML. For example, simply I will type the word hello. Okay. However, in a real-world scenario, this function could generate more complex HTML content based on the current more navigation state. So now the only thing that we have to implement is to insert the HTML that we want. In summary, this code snippet demonstrates how dynamically update content on a web page based on user interactions by attaching event listeners to relevant elements and updating the DOM accordingly. We can do that. So let's see our work on the browser. I will save that. And yes, we can create dynamic and interactive web experiences. With that, that was the lecture. Until the next video, enjoy the project. Welcome everyone. Now that we have set the navigation of our page, the only thing that we need to implement here is just the HTML of bio page and contact page. So let's begin. First, I want to be clear. We need three navigation options, as you know: home, bio, and contact. Our landing page is the home page, so we need an if statement that is going to provide us with appropriate HTML section for each navigation element. Now I have to create that logic. To do that, I will create a function that returns that HTML. So let me do that. The name will be, for example, here select HTML. An arrow function, for instance. So let's insert there the if statement. Can you imagine what is the variable that will check that? Yes, the nav variable. So let me type here nav if nav equals to bio, that returns the HTML of the bio page. Else if nav equals to home page, that returns the HTML of the home page.
and else if nav equals to contact that returns the HTML of the contact page. You will be wondered because I have added the home in the if statement right there, as you can see. That happens because if I navigate to another page, I clear the content of the container. So if I want again to navigate to home page again, I need some way to get the HTML back again. I have created, as you can see, the HTMLs for the bio and the contact pages right there. The bio and the contact page. The structure is almost the same as in the home page. The only thing that we need to change is the CSS, to apply some new CSS rules in the index.css file. So here I need to copy the code from the bio.html and paste that in the if statement here. The same thing I will do for the other two pages. So let me do that here. I will take first that. I will copy and paste that here. And again for the content page. Okay. We are almost ready now. So let's see our work on the browser. We have created our function, great. So now it is important to call it from the insert adjacent HTML right there. So let me do that. I will simply call the select HTML function. And let's see our work right now. And yes, we can smoothly navigate to the other pages. Perfect. We are almost ready. I hope that you are enjoying the project as I do. That was the lecture. See you in the next lecture. Welcome again. As I mentioned in the previous lectures, we have some more changes to implement in CSS. So let's do that. As our design shows, we need to change the layout and give some space on the elements, as we can see right there and there. That is possible with the Flexbox layout and with the application of margins. I will not explain now the CSS because we have explained previously that. So I have created the CSS that we need to format those pages in the page.css. The only thing that we have to implement is to copy and paste that snippet in our index file. You can find the page.css file in the resources of that lecture. So I will do that here. Let me copy that and paste that in our CSS file. And now let's see our work. And yes, perfect. Let's navigate to our website. It is really nice. I think that our portfolio looks very well and is better from our mockups. We have said that the mockups is only for helping us in the implementation of our project. So it is not the case to spend time on them. For example, in our project, it is better than them. I'm very happy that we have finished our project. I hope that you are also impressed. That was the lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to deploy the project on the web. Welcome everyone! Today, we're delving into the tool of Git, a powerful tool for managing your coding projects with ease and precision. Whether you are a coding novice or a seasoned developer, Git is your compass in the world of version control. Let's embark on this journey by learning Git. But first, let's answer what is Git. Git is like a meticulously organized filing system for your code, ensuring that every change is tracked, collaborations are seamless, and projects stay organized. Let's take a closer look at its core components. First of all, we have a repository or repo. Think of a repository as a virtual workspace where all your project files reside. It is the center of your project, storing every iteration of your code and providing a comprehensive history of changes. We have both, of course, local repositories and remote repositories. Wait a minute. First, local repository is like your personal workspace for a specific project. It resides on your computer and contains all the files and folders associated with that project, along with the complete history of changes made to those files. The remote repository serves as a centralized hub for collaboration and sharing code with others. It is hosted on a remote server, typically accessed over the internet. For example, it is hosted on GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket and allows multiple users to work on the same project simultaneously. After that, we have another very important aspect, commit. A commit is a snapshot of your project at a specific moment in time. It encapsulates the changes you have made since the last snapshot, along with a descriptive message explaining the purpose of the changes. This is very important for the other contributors. In addition, we have branch. Picture your project as a tree, with the main branch as a trunk and branches as offshoots. Branches allow you to work on new features or fixes independently, without affecting the stability of the main project. This is very significant. Let's delve into the essential Git commands that will kickstart your version control journey. The git init command initializes a new Git repository in your project directory, setting the stage for version control magic to unfold. The git add command should be applied before you commit your changes. You need to state them for inclusion in the next commit. This command adds modified files to the staging area. This is very important, preparing them for a commit. After that, we have the git commit. Once your changes are staged, it is time to commit them to the repository. Its commit represents a milestone in your project's development, complete with a concise and informative commit message, of course. Now, after the git commit command, we need to push that commit. So we have the git push command to share your local commits with collaborators or remote repositories. You use the git push command. It uploads your committed changes to a designated remote repository, ensuring that others can access and review your work. After that, we have the git pull. Collaboration often involves fetching updates from remote repositories to stay in sync with the latest changes. The git pull command retrieves changes from a remote repository and merges them into your local branch, keeping your project up to date. All of these commands are an advanced option. We can use an easy graphical interface that does that behind the scenes. That commands, I mean. In that case, I will use Sorcery. Sorcery is a client for version control systems. Now, let's start integrating Git in our project and push our code on GitHub, for example, in a remote repository in their servers, for instance. But first, we need to get Git from the web. So, at that link, as we can see right there, you can get Git. So I will get it right now for my operating system. Nice. So the only thing that we have to make now is to install it. I will skip that step because I have done it. After installation, you should see in a terminal, for example, here in the Visual Studio Code, at that terminal, if you type the command git, some other commands, right there. Now we need to get sorcery. We can get that from this resource, so I will get it again. Again, I have installed previously that. After the installation, you should see that page. Nice. Now go to the GitHub website, github.com, and log in to your account. If you have not an account, create one for free. We will create the remote repo in which we are going to push our code later in that lecture. This is on GitHub. After that, click on the plus icon in the top right corner up there. and select new repository from the drop down menu. Okay. Here, enter name for your repository. I will give the name portfolio here. Nice. And an optional description if you want right there. After that, choose whether it should be public or private. I will choose that public. Click on the Create Repository button to create your new repository on GitHub by clicking the Create Repository button. Now, copy the URL of the repository there. Nice. Now that we have created our remote repository, as you can see, we need to create our local repository where we are going to make the changes in our program. How can we do that? Of course, with source tree. So open source tree and click right there the create button in the toolbar. So there put the path of our portfolio project. Let me do that right there, and yes, simply now create the project. Simply press yes, and perfect. Here we need to add the remote repository. So in order to do that, simply press on the navbar repository, add the remote. Here add, simply put a name, for example, portfolio, and paste the URL that we copied previously. Nice. Simply press OK and OK. Nice. Once the repository is created, and after the remote repository, as we can see, you can add your unstaged files to the staging area by clicking that button. So I will click that button. Nice. Now we're ready to commit our files. We have to enter first a commit message in the text box. That text box. This is a good practice. So I will put init commit. Nice. Click on the commit button to commit your changes to the local repository. So as we can see, we have made our first commit in our local repository. After that, and after committing your changes locally, we need to push our changes on the remote repository. So click on the push button in the toolbar. Right there. And click or check the master branch, and after that click push. And yes, now the only thing we need to do is to check our remote repository on GitHub. Let's see that and refresh. And yes, we can see our files right there. In conclusion, that was an intro to Git. learning Git is very important for your engineering journey because it is used in big projects that need collaboration. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Git. I hope that you gained some experience on that. Welcome everyone! I'm excited to talk to you about deploying our application on Render. Render is a powerful platform that simplifies the deployment process and provides a robust infrastructure for running your applications. Let's start with a brief overview of Render. Render is a cloud platform that provides a seamless experience for deploying and managing web applications, APIs, static sites, and more. What sets Render apart is its simplicity and flexibility. With Render, you can deploy anything from a simple static website to a complex microservices architecture with ease. Now, let's walk through the deployment process on Render. The first step is to sign up for a Render account if you haven't already. You can do this by visiting render.com and creating an account. For free, of course. I have created an account, so I will skip that part. Once you are logged in, create a new service from the Render dashboard, as you can see right there. Choose the appropriate type of service. Here, a static site, because we have an HTML site. So let me do that here. I will click that button and then static site. Yes. Next, you need to connect your Git repository to Render and deploy your code. Render will automatically build and deploy your application whenever you push changes to your Git branch. This is very important. Now we have to connect our GitHub portfolio to Render. I am connected on GitHub, so I will skip that part. But I need to configure account, and I need to add the portfolio. So I will click only selected repositories. I will click the portfolio repository and I will install that. And here we can see the portfolio. I will click that button. Now we need to configure our service settings. I will insert a unique name right there. For example, portfolio app, and I will click create static site, but also I can make some other changes if I want right there, but this is not mandatory. So I will click that button, create static site. Let's press that. And as you can see, Render is trying to build our application. Now we need to wait some time because Render is deploying our site. So I will see you in a few minutes. Yes, as we can see, Render has deployed our site successfully. As we can see there, your site is live. So here, if we press the link that has created for us, for example, that link, up, we can see our site. Perfect. In conclusion, Render offers a solution for deploying your application. I'm very happy that we have completed our project. I hope that you liked that and you gained a lot of experience.